As for our objectives, so as you can see, we will be instilling the basic principles of leadership, explain the true concepts of leadership, define qualities of a good leader, discuss laws that should guide a leader's thoughts and actions. So since most of you first time na mag-a-attend ng leadership training, so I hope kahit na first time ninyo ay may matutunan kayo, I mean, ma-absorb talaga ninyo yung i-discuss natin today. There are a lot of ways on how to go about this topic, but for today, our focus is more on self-awareness and self-discovery. No, that's why marami tayong discussion na related sa sarili ninyo at marami rin tayong discussion na mas matututunan ninyo at malalaman nyo kung sino ba talaga kayo. Kasi minsan wala na tayong time mag-reflect. No? So maybe this is the right time today, no? to learn more about ourselves. So, I have a question for you. So since ang haba ng sinabi ko, no, with my introduction, my question now is, when you think of a leader, no? Yung word na leader, ano yung image na nakikita ninyo sa mind ninyo? Okay. Pwedeng magsalita sa mic or pwedeng ilagay ninyo sa chat box. Tinitingnan ko naman yung chat box. Pag narinig niyo yung word na leader, ano yung naiisip ninyo? Okay, sabi ni Wally, role model. What else?
Leads with the heart.
Leads with the heart, okay? Not with the mind, okay?
Yeah.
More of the heart, okay? Arthur said, a person who motivates and direct people, okay? What else? 10 lang tayo, no? 10 lang kayo, so might as well magsalita lahat para makita natin, no? It's also a form of diagnostic on my part. Influence. Nangunguna. Okay. Ano po yun? Sino po yung nagsalita?
Ma'am Connie po, nag-guide po sa atin.
Nag-guide.
Siya po yung, nagli-lead po.
Okay. What else? Decision maker. Okay. Anything more? Okay, so sabi, yun nga, yung mga nabanggit ko kanina. So most of you more of directing, no, influencing, and related to decision. So according to the dictionary, no, leadership is the action of leading a group of people or an organization. May humabol pa si Sir Ron and Ma'am Myra, steward daw, and manage resources. All right. Okay. So for some, you might be thinking of a political leader, no, who is pursuing a passionate or personal cause. Or it can also be an explorer who is cutting a path through the jungle for the rest of his group to follow. Sabi ni Ma'am Aida, coach. Okay, mamaya pag-uusapan natin yung coaching. Okay? Or maybe leadership would be an image of an executive, no? Na parang si Ma'am Myra, sabi niya, who manages resources, or maybe an executive who is developing her company strategy to beat the competition. No? Kanina may nagsabi na sana dumami yung clients namin. So how would you do that, no, to beat the competition? More or less, there are 12 leadership styles. So I suggest you have a pen and paper. You can, or maybe you can type on your computers and make notes, because we will be having a group exercise after this discussion, no? Kasi after ko diniscuss yung 5 leadership style, pag grouping na, sasabihin nung kasama nyo sa group, ano na kasi sabi ni Ma'am RCee, as mamaya wala silang masagot sa group discussion. So I hope you take notes, okay? So more or less, there are 12 leadership styles depending on the situation your company is facing. I will be writing on the chat box other leadership styles you may research on during your free time because we will not be tackling them today. But for your added knowledge, these are strategic leadership style, team leadership, cross-cultural leadership, facilitative leadership, coaching leadership, charismatic, and visionary leadership. Let me post it here. Okay. So, 5 leadership styles lang ang i-discuss natin. And mostly, ito rin yung nagagamit kasi, no? The first leadership style out of 5 we will be discussing is the laissez-faire leader. No? Tawag laissez-faire. Which is by description is someone who lacks supervision of employees and fails to provide regular feedback to those under his provision. No? Itong type of leader na to is usually high experience and trained employees requiring little supervision. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, kaya laissez-faire siya, kasi yung proponent or gumawa nitong type of leadership na to, pangalan niya laissez-faire. Kaya tinawag siyang laissez-faire. Okay? However, no? Not all employees possess those characteristics, no? Hindi naman lahat ng mga employees well experienced or trained, no? So sometimes this leadership style hinders the production of employees needing supervision, yung mga kailangan pa ng experience. So perhaps in your position, since sabi nga ninyo, mga first timer to handle people, kung ang boss ninyo is like a laissez-faire type of leader at feeling niya experience na kayo, parang siya yung type of leader na pababayaan niya kayo na, alam mo na yan. So, bahala ka na dyan. No? So, yun yung parang isang example ng laissez-faire style. In addition, the laissez-faire style produces no leadership or supervision efforts from managers. Yun nga yung sabi ko. Which can lead to poor production or lack of control. And dahil hindi kayo masyadong pinakikilaman ng laissez-faire type of boss, yan yung nagiging cause ng increase ng cost, no? Kasi lalong napapamahal, no, yung cost ng production kasi kung di niya kayo pinakikilaman, tapos kailangan na pala niya kayong pakilaman kasi mali yung pinaggagawa niya sa work, lalong tumataas yung cost, no? On a lighter note, there are leaders who has this style but still thrive. An example of which is Warren Buffett. I don't know if you know him. US-based si Warren Buffett, isa sa pinakamayaman sa US. Ang pangalan ng kanyang company is Berkshire Hathaway Incorporation. He manages 360,000. No? Meron siyang 360,000 employees and he is a self-made billionaire sa Amerika and the world's second richest man after Bill Gates. No? Si Bill Gates yung founder ng Microsoft, yung ginagamit natin mga computer ngayon. So, yan yung style niya, no? Laissez-faire leader. Meaning, pagka pumasok na sa kumpanya niya ang mga employees niya, he expects na everyone is experienced, na alam na nila yung ginagawa nila, nag-aral na sila tungkol doon sa ginagawa nila, kaya less ang supervision niya. So, that is one type, no? Yung laissez-faire. Second leadership style we will discuss is the autocrat leadership, wherein managers usually make decisions alone without the input of others. So this type of managers possesses total authority and impose their will on employees, and no one challenges the decision of an autocratic leader. So countries like Cuba and North Korea operate under the autocratic leadership style, no? 'Di ba? Sabi nga nila, kumbaga diktador, no? This is the opposite of laissez-faire. This leadership style benefits employees who require close supervision naman. Kung yung laissez-faire, bahala ka dyan, no, type of leadership. Itong si autocratic is micromanaging naman, no? Pinakikilaman ka, kulang na lang. siya na yung gagawa ng trabaho mo. Kasi nga lahat gusto niya, oh ito, process 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No? So, however, ang downside naman nito, creative employees naman who thrive in the group functions detest this leadership style. Kasi kung ikaw yung type of employee na gusto mo may sarili kang diskarte or meron kang gustong gawin on yung kung paano yung process na feeling mo mas mabilis, eh hindi mo magagawa sa type of boss na ganito or type of manager mo na autocrat leader. An example of this is, siguro kilala nyo naman si Hitler, no? Si Adolf Hitler. So he is perceived to be a dictator. So this is a type of autocrat leadership. Okay? The next one, the third one, is what we call participative leader. Often called the democratic leadership style is the participative leadership. And this style values the input of team members and peers, but the responsibility of making the final decision rests with the participative leader. Meaning, at the end of the day, siya pa rin yung masusunod. But before he or she came up with the decision, nag-gather muna siya ng input and ideas with other team members. No? So, ito si participative leader. Participative leadership boosts employees' morale because employees make contributions to the decision-making process. It causes them to feel as if their opinions matter, no? Kasi tinatanong mo sila kung ano yung suggestions nila or opinions nila. When a company needs to make changes within the organization, the participative leadership style helps employees accept changes easily because they play a role in the process. So walang masyadong hindrance, no, na dun sa change na ay ayokong sundan yan, ano na naman yung pinapagawa ni ma'am or ni sir. Kasi kapag participative leader ka, alam niya na kasama siya dun sa process ng pagpalit ng mga SOP or standard procedure or kung merong changes sa company. Kaya mas maluwag sa loob niya yung pagsunod doon, no? However, this style meets challenges when companies need to make a decision in a short period, no? Kasi kailangan mo pang kunin yung opinion nila, kailangan mo pang i-consider yung sasabihin nila, kaya lalong tumatagal yung process. So, yun ang downside naman ng participative leadership. An example of a participative leader are facilitators, no? Social workers, arbitrators, and group therapists. No? An example of this is Albert Maslow, yung gumawa ng yung basic needs of human, no? Yung meron siyang triangle, no? Si Albert Maslow. So that is the third one. The fourth one is transactional leader. Okay? Managers using the transactional leadership style receive certain tasks to perform and provide rewards or punishment to team members based on performance results. So as you can see, no, dun sa picture, there's a carrot and a rod. So kapag ka reward, bibigyan ka ng carrot pag tama yung ginawa mo or maganda yung performance mo. Pagka naman, mali ang ginawa mo sa company, parang punishment, no? Parang pinapalo ng rod. Managers and team members set predetermined goals together, and employees agree to follow the direction and leadership of the managers to accomplish those goals. So, ang basis naman ng performance results is doon sa napag-usapang predetermined goals, no? Okay. Also, the manager possesses power to review results and train or correct employees when team members fail to meet goals. So, for good performance employees, they may receive rewards such as bonuses when they accomplish goals. So it is like a carrot and a stick approach. Okay? Most of the transactional leaders, yung mga HR, no, yung mga human resources. Kaya sila yung mga dokumento, no, kapag ka mali yung ginawa mo, okay, this is your show cause, no, notice to explain, memo. Pagka naman tama ang performance, this is your reward, bonus, commission, or whatever. So that's an example of transactional leadership. And the last leadership style we will discuss about is the transformational leadership style. This type of style depends on high levels of communication from management to meet goals. No? This means that such a style has knowledge about the vision, mission, goals, and objectives set by the management. So I believe naman siguro sa mga companies ninyo, you already have a set vision, mission, no, goals, objectives. Usually nakapost yan somewhere in your premises, no, company premises. And then transformational leaders motivate employees and enhance productivity and efficiency through communication and high visibility. Hindi ka pwedeng transformational leader kung hindi ka nakikita ng mga followers mo or followers or team members mo, no? And this style of leadership requires the involvement of management to meet goals. Hindi ka pwedeng transformational leader on your own, no? You cannot work alone. For you to align your leadership within the company, kailangan pro-management ka. No? Pro-management. Hindi ka pwedeng kaaway ng management or taliwas sa sinabi ng management ang ginagawa mo. You should be result-oriented. No? That's why kailangan kang pro-management kasi in the first place, nagsama-sama kayo sa isang company to have the same goal. No? If you don't have the same values and goals, then go to another company, you know, with the same shared goals as you. This type of leaders focus on the big picture within an organization and delegate smaller tasks to the team to accomplish goals. No? So kung ikaw yung type of transformational leader, ang focus mo is more of the big picture na. Okay? Kasi yung mga smaller tasks, nakadelegate na yon sa team members mo or sa mga followers mo. An example of this would be Nelson Mandela, no? Ray Kroc, yung founder ng McDonald's, no? Naparami niya yung McDonald's niya, no? Dati, siya lang ang lahat ng gumagawa noon. Coco Chanel is another example, and of course, Jesus Christ, no? Even until now that he's gone, for how many
hindi natin nakakaharap face to face yung boss, yung mga leaders. Mas na ilalabas natin kung ano yung nasa saloobin natin. So,
Okay.
nakukuha niya yung gusto natin kung hindi man tayo agree o disagree. Kasi minsan pag yung harapan talaga, kahit sabihin mo disagree ka, mag-agree ka pa rin dahil nga si boss ang
Okay, so
nagsalita.
ibig sabihin na paganda pa pala yung new normal sa inyo, sa group ninyo kasi
Minsan,
lumakas ang loob ninyo dahil online na, no?
online na di ba? Kaya mo naman, hindi ba tayo makikita ni boss? At least nagkapag-participate. Minsan na may isip mo. And then nakakapag-come up naman din ng desisyon na yun nga, nakukuha yung partisipasyon ng bawat isa. So minsan hindi lang yung mga
siya pa rin ang magdi-decide, but you all contributed through the group chat.
at the end of the day, affected naman lahat eh.
Alright. Maganda
Okay.
ang iyong new normal sharing, Sir Richard. Thank you for that. So, tama naman yung example for the given leadership style na participative. Nawala daw si Sir Welly. We can give you a chance now to explain your example for autocrat leadership. Andyan ka na ba?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Do you have a video? Wala.
Wait po.
Yan, para makita ko kayo at alam ko ang mga itsura ng aking mga kasama ngayong umaga at buong araw. Wala yata eh.
Wala.
Ayaw.
Ayaw lumabas, ma'am.
Ayaw lumabas. Suspense. O sige. What's your sharing for autocrat?
Okay, autocrat leadership. Isa rin po sa tawag dito is authoritarian leadership o yung tinatawag nating lahat ng decision ay nagmumula sa immediate supervisor or manager.
Okay.
So, para siyang dictator leadership.
Okay.
Pero base po dito sa organization namin, wala namang nangyayaring ganoon na style of leadership.
Okay.
Before naman magkaroon ng isang decision yung bossing namin, meron kaming nagkakandak man kami ng meeting and then alamin yung decision ng bawat isa.
So, more of participative leadership yung sa
Yes,
inyo.
ma'am.
Okay. Pero tama yung explanation mo for autocrat leadership. Alright. Siguro wala ka lang talagang masabi pa na real story sa mga leaders mo na for autocrat pero more of participative. Okay. Thank you for that, Sir Welly. Let's move on to group 4. For transactional leadership, we have Ma'am Aida and Sir Lowy. But before that, merong sinabi dito sa chat room si Sir Lowy. Ang leadership style po parang depende din po sa kind of business and work task. Hindi pwede laissez-faire kung bagong staff and bagong experience at may bagong experience. Pero sa kung matagal na yung mga kasamahan, pwede na po laissez-faire dapat. Yes, actually, itong ine-explain natin, no, sabihin ko na, itong mga leadership styles na to, it doesn't mean na ito ang leadership style ng boss mo. Yan lang ang leadership style niya. All of these leadership styles ay pwede nating gamitin depende sa situation, no? So, depende nga, kaya nga sabi mo, no, Sir Louie, na pagkabago ang mga employees, dapat hindi ka muna laissez-faire leader. Kung yun ang nararapat or yun ang gusto mo bilang leader, no? Pwedeng first muna, autocrat ka muna, no? Micromanaging ka, and then pagka mas marami ng experience, laissez-faire ka na. Yes. Medyo may nagsasalita pero mahina, hindi ko naririnig. So, yun nga, itong leadership style natin, ginagawa natin to depende sa situation. Okay? So, hindi naman necessarily na ito ka lang, no? Laissez-faire ka lang, autocrat ka lang. Pero, usually, ang mga leaders kasi, meron ng mas dominant, no, na leadership style. So, nasa sa inyo na lang yon bilang leader kung mag-a-adapt ba kayo sa situation at ano ang gagamitin yung leadership style. Pero ano ba yung dominant na leadership style mo, malalaman mo yan based dun sa explanation natin ng mga leadership styles. Okay? Video permission to Sir Lowy. Okay? And Ma'am Aida. Where's Ma'am Aida? Okay, for transactional leadership. Examples. Galing naman ni Sir Louie, may nag-a-assist pa sa kanya sa technical ano niya. Ha? Anong klaseng
Secretary
leader?
ko, ma'am.
Anong klaseng leader ang iyong boss? Yung immediate,
Transactional leader.
Ano klase daw akong leader?
Ano? Color 1 to 5.
what to five? Depende sa situation.
Pero isa din ang sample ng transactional, yung magbibigay ka ng task at yung task na binigay mo, nagawa niya ng tama. Kasi sa housekeeping supervisor ako eh.
Tanggalin mo muna yung mask.
Pag nagbigay ka ng task at nagawa naman niya, siyempre bibigyan mo siya ng kahit isang oras na pahinga, pwede na yun.
Yun yung reward. Okay.
Yung reward. Pero pagka hindi niya nagawa, dadagdagan mo yung oras niya.
With the, ano yan, OTTY na lang.
Oo ma'am, kasi hindi niya nagawa eh.
Kasi alam mo naman siguro with your experience as matagal na supervisor, alam mo naman na siguro na given this time, dapat matapos mo na yan, di ba? Kasi alam mo na din naman yung ginagawa niya. So, alam mo na dapat matapos niya yung mga task niya on that given time. Kaya, kapag napabilis niya, ang reward niya is pahinga ng 1 hour.
Maaga siyang papahinga.
Ganda naman ang iyong example.
Kasi binilasan
How
niya ma'am.
about si Ma'am Aida? Nakamute. Ask to unmute. Yes, Ma'am Aida. Pwedeng pakilakas kung konti.
Yan po. Okay na?
Yan, okay.
Dinig na po. Okay. Bali, yung sa akin po, dahil bago accounting department before, so nang parang napunta ako sa HR. So, ang pwedeng nagamit ko na actually, yung mag-freelance with the team. Sa mga kasama ko po.
Free lunch.
Yes, as reward.
Kapag ka?
Siyempre, kapag actually, ginagawa ko actually every month. So, parang naging ano ko na. So,
Tradition.
para, ewan po siguro, humanity, kasama na po yun. Pero yung, minsan kasi syempre meron din yung mga hindi gumagawa ng tama. So, nandun sa punishment side. So, may disciplinary action, may warning, verbal warning. Yung mga usual po sa HR.
Parang HR ka na rin kasi, no?
Opo.
Pero may HR kayo or wala?
Sa ngayon po wala.
So ikaw din
Kasi nag-resign po. Pandemic, ma'am. So, cost cutting.
skeletal force.
Yes po. Opo.
Okay, so meron pa free lunch si Ma'am Aida. Meron ding sinabi dito si Sir Louie. Ewan ko kung siya yung nag-type nito, ang haba, pero baka may taga-type din yata siya. May pakape at saka pa-Milo din daw siya or pa-merienda. Kapag ka rini-reward daw niya yung isang housekeeping maintenance niya kapag ka na-identify ang mga sira sa aircon at naayos.
Wow.
Okay. So, yan ang mga sample rewards ng inyong companies. Okay, thank you for that example. And I see na naintindihan nyo naman ang transactional leadership. Now, last but not the least is the transformational leadership style by Ma'am Mitch and Sir Arthur. Okay. Nasaan na sila? There you go.
Ayun sa amin, transformational. Na-experience ko siguro yun nung nasa call center ako, yung sa supervisor namin. Usually, what he do as a supervisor kapag merong mga bagong task or merong update sa team, lagi niyang inaano yung personal experience niya. Ini-input sa amin para maging parang practice namin in the future or dun sa current na task namin, ganun. And then lagi niyang ini-impose yung mga personal practices niya dun sa mga usual task na meron kami everyday. And then, feeling ko din yung current na POC namin sa Australia ngayon is transformational leader din siya. Siya naman, yung mga mindset niya, parang gusto niyang i-infuse sa amin kung paano yung paano mo dapat gawin ito, lalo na sa financing ka, company ka, dapat i-infuse mo yung kung anong meron siya. Yung parang yung kung ano yung attitude, kung ano yung mga qualities na meron siya ngayon. Parang gusto niya infuse niya yung kung ano siya sa'yo. Parang ganun.
Why do you think so? Bakit ganun ang transformational leadership?
Kasi feeling ko yung transformational, yung gustong maging mangyari ng boss mo is parang ma-duplicate siya. I-duplicate niya kung ano siya on you. Para halimbawa, kasi sa financing kasi lagi kaming may goals, may targets every month, every week, ganun. Parang gusto niya, kung paano niya nakikita yung isang bagay, ganun mo rin siya makita. Para parang meron kayong one goal para ma-meet yung target na yun.
So perhaps hindi naman to duplicate himself, but to make you see the bigger picture. Kasi nga, parang nasa kanya yung bigger picture, no? And dine-delegate lang niya yung mga simple tasks sa inyo. Pero for you to grasp the bigger picture, parang kinukwentuhan niya kayo or binibigyan niya kayo ng idea, no? Saan ba nanggaling yung pinapagawa ko sa'yo? Para at least alam mo na yung ginagawa mo may importance to the bigger picture.
Tama. Ganun siya.
Okay. Thank you, Arthur. How about your partner?
Hello, ma'am. Yes. Okay. So, mag-a-add lang ako sa sinabi ni Sir Arthur kasi tama po yun, ma'am.
Can you type on the chat box so we know that you are with us? Wala pa rin. Okay, hintayin pa rin natin siya. But still, let's move on with Sir Welly. How about the horizon? When we say horizon, that's something that might be attained. Leaders, ang horizon nila is more on long term, while managers, ang horizon nila is short term. What do you think about this, Sir Welly? Connecting to audio pa siya. Let's move on to Ma'am Connie. Can you take over the horizon, Ma'am Connie? Hello? Sir Welly, nandiyan ka na ba? Meron tayong mga connection concerns today, no? Sir Welly, are you there? Hello? Ma'am Connie? Hello, Ma'am Connie? Wala din. How about Sir Richard? Bakit ang horizon? When we say horizon, yung tinitignan ng leader is more on long term, but the manager is short term. Why do you think so?
Siguro, pag yung leader kasi, kaya long term ang tingin niya, ang gusto niyang i-apply, sarili rin niya. Kung pag long term yung effect, yung credit as a leader, maano niya, dahil nga yung tingin niya long term, hanggang sa matapos, kunwari may problem na kailangang i-solve, so for long term, so yung leader, nakikita niya sarili niya hanggang sa matagal na proseso, nandun pa rin siya. Nandun pa rin siya. Nakikita niya na, kumbaga, as a leader, kailangan yung ma-sustain yung sustainability nitong nandun hanggang sa naman mga matagal, may apply siya ng mas matagal, pang matagalan.
Okay. While the manager, bakit si manager short term lang?
Si manager kasi parang kung ang problem ito as a manager, parang sige, ito na agad yung ibigay nating panandalian, kumbaga panandalian agad. Alam niyo yung sa totoong buhay na band-aid solution lang.
Okay.
Sinasabi na
parang firefighter, kung nasan yung sunog, yun ayusin.
Para lang matigil yung ma-stop kung ano man yung problema. Siguro ma-manage lang yung problema, hanap na lang ulit ng ng solution na pangmatagalan. Doon papasok si leader.
Okay.
Tama ba ako?
So si manager, we are thinking na short term siya kasi yung day-to-day operations, yun yung mas inaasikaso niya, no? Yung kasi yun yung nakikita niya. But the leader is more on long term because he has she has the vision of the company. Kaya mas malayo yung tinitingnan niya. Okay, thank you for that, Sir Richard. How about Sir Ronald, who got the perfect score? Why do you think the leader tries to discover the vision while the manager is seeking more of the objectives? Actually, magkaka-relate lang naman itong pinag-uusapan natin, but we are expounding it para mas ma-feel natin ano ba yung leader versus manager. Not to make the manager look mas disadvantageous, but to have a feel of it. What do you think, Sir Ronald? Why do leaders seek vision while managers seek objectives?
Okay, as a leader, you should have the vision for the organization for you as well as the people to be guided as you go along the way. Because you cannot achieve that vision alone So you need the people for you to realize that vision. So as we all know, the vision is your plan for the future with imagination as well as the wisdom. Kumbaga, it is long term. What you want for or your organization in a long term. That's why tama yung sabi mo kanina, ma'am, that in a leader for the horizon, it is long term. However, for the objective, it's like a sort of the specific task that you can do or the people can do along a short period of time.
Okay. So, kumbaga, nakapaloob yung objective dun sa vision. Tama? Kaya nga, kapag gumagawa tayo ng vision, mission, and goals and objectives, nauna mo na yung vision bago yung objective. Kasi nakapaloob siya sa vision ng leader. Okay? Okay, thank you for that answer, Sir Ronald. How about Ma'am Aida? Approach. We mean approach as a particular manner of taking such steps. So leaders' approach is to set directions while managers' approach is to plan details. Why do we think so?
Yung approach po, bali, yung leader, siya po yung nagbibigay ng direction. Siya yung una pong magbibigay ng direction bago ang manager kasi ang manager lang ang magpaplano ng detail.
Okay, kasi kung titingnan natin, si leader ang may vision, so siya ang nag-set ng direction. Na ngayon, si manager, nasa kanya ang objectives ng company, so ngayon, paano niya ipaplano yung detalye ng mga objectives na yun. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Aida. How about Sir Louis? Decision, a report of a conclusion. So sabi natin na si leader, he or she facilitates the decision while manager makes the decision. Why do we think so? Sir Louis. Bakit daw ang leader Hello?
Hello, ma'am?
Yeah.
Ayun. Ayun.
Hello. Kung baga, ma'am, nag-utos sa akin yung manager na ganun yung paggawa ko. Utos ko dun sa tao ko na ito yung utos ng manager. Kaya sa facilities ako, siya yung makes.
Okay. How about yung manager?
Kasi ma'am, siya yung sa decision eh. Siya yung mag-decision kung ano yung papagawa niya. Susunod lang kami.
Okay. Or in other words, perhaps, we can explain this. In terms of decision, yung mga leaders, they facilitate it. If you remember yung participative, right? Leaders usually get your opinions, no? Because they are open for opinions, hindi lang parang autocratic na, oh, ito yung decision, no? Kaya ito ang gagawin natin. He makes sure na naiintindihan ng lahat. Mamaya makikita din natin yan sa mga ibang subjects. While managers makes the decision, more of the autocratic style, kasi nga parang ito yung objectives natin. So ito lang ang pinaka-pattern natin to get that objective. Ito lang ang pinaka-process natin to get that objective. So he makes or she makes that decision and pass it to the followers or the team members. No? May difference na ganon. No? Mamaya medyo mag-unfold to pagka nagsisink in na yung mga explanations natin. But you see, yung column ng leader at saka yung column ng manager magkaka-connect, no? It's connected to each other. Okay. Ma'am Mitch, why do you think that the power of the leader is more on personal charisma while the manager is more of formal authority?
I think, ma'am, kasi parang si leader kasi nililid niya yung tao towards future. So, kailangan may personal charisma siya. More on people kasi si leader. Nagsusupervise siya ng tao, nagli-lead siya, nagli-lead siya towards success. So, kailangan para magawa niya yon, merong personal charisma si leader. Parang meron not only the work of head, but also the work of heart. Parang ganon. Whereas the manager kasi, kailangan may authority siya kasi siya naman yung nag-manage, nagsusupervise. Siya yung more on, paano ba, nagsiset ng direction. Kaya dapat si manager may authority po siya, ma'am. Unlike kay leader. That's it po. Thank you.
Okay. Tama naman yon, no? Pero just to add, kaya nga minsan naku-question yung mga nasa position kasi yung mga followers or team members sinasabi nila na, kaya lang ako sumusunod sa kanya kasi nasa position siya. Nasa authority siya, no? That's why you're thinking na yung manager na yon is maybe she deserves or maybe she does not deserve or he does not deserve or he deserves yung position, pero kaya ka sumusunod because of the formal authority. Yun yung pinanggagalingan ng power niya. But when we say leader, pina-follow siya kasi gusto mo yung kung sino siya. No? Meron siyang personal charisma na parang, kahit ano yung sabihin niya, alam ko na hindi ako mapapariwara. No? Alam ko na tama yung gagawin ko kasi with his personal charisma, no, yung power niya, yung influence niya nanggagaling sa kung sino siya. Kasi alam mo tama ang pagkatao niya or tama ang ginagawa niya most of the time. Wala namang perfect, no? But yun yung pinanggagalingan ng power niya. Okay? So, you see, medyo nakukuha natin yung feel nitong exercise natin. How about appeal to, Sir Arthur? The leader appeals to the heart. This is also related to the previous subjects. While the manager appeals to the head. Why do you think so?
The leader appeals to the heart kasi unahin ko muna yung sa manager to the head. Kasi yung manager, kailangan meron siya munang technical skills para ma-manage niya yung isang organization.
Mm-hmm.
So halimbawa, kung manager ka, kailangan mong mag-set up ng controls, mag-check ng mga datas. Yung leader kasi minsan kahit hindi siya more on technical skills, for as long as na meron siyang influence sa isang organization, susundan siya. So more on yun, yung charisma nga.
So parang people skills.
People skills, more on people skills siya.
Isa people skills.
And then manager more on technical skills.
That's why medyo logical pagka humingi ng request si manager, more on logical. Ang tinatamaan is yung technical skills ng kausap, no? Pero pagka yung leader, it's more of yung request niya more on with emotions, with feelings. So, nag-a-appeal to the heart of the team member or the follower. Okay? Thank you, Sir Arthur. How about you, si Sir Ibrahim? Nandyan na ba siya? Kanina pa siya natatawag pero hindi pa siya nagsasalita. Is there any problem with your mic or your video or with your keyboard? Because this is, we will be giving e-certificates, of course. So we need to know if you really attended. We need to have a conversation and discussion. Okay, let's move on again. So since wala pa rin si Sir Ibrahim, we'll go back to Ma'am Myra for energy. The capacity of acting or being active. So we say that the energy of the manager is more on control, while the leader's energy is moving towards his or her passion. Why do you think so? Or why do we think so, Ma'am Myra? What's the meaning of passion? Passion. Di ba may movie tayong Passion of the Cross? Bakit kaya Passion of the Cross ang title nun? Tapos yung nasa movie naman, ganun ang ginawa kay Jesus Christ. Bakit? Do you have any idea, Ma'am Myra? Just a wild guess. Wala namang correct or wrong answer.
Parang
pleasure siya na meron siyang action, no? He or she feels like yung productivity niya is acting upon the objectives that is set in. While yung pleasure ni leader is more of the determination na whatever it takes, kailangan natin gawin. Kaya nga proactive siya eh. Kailangan niyang mag-isip ano ba yung kailangan na gawin or i-change within the company. Okay, thank you for that, Ma'am Mitch. I appreciate no na nag-i-interact kayo. How about wants for Sir Arthur? We have the leaders feel the need for achievement while the manager feel the need for results. Sir Arthur.
For me, yung leader kailangan meron siyang parang self-fulfillment. Kailangan niyang ma-reach yun in every target na gusto niya. Parang whatever project that he has, it is a self-fulfillment sa kanya na ma-achieve na yung goal na yun. And then as a manager, more on results-oriented sila kasi yung mga targets, yun yung gusto nilang makuha. Whether kung ano man yung mangyari, yun yung kailangan nilang ma-achieve. So, gustuhin man nila yun or hindi, kailangan nilang ma-receive yung target nung result na yun. Wherein leader, more on self-fulfillment sa mga projects na gusto niyang makuha.
Okay, well said. Very good. Let's move on to risk. Medyo bilisan natin kasi lunch break na, no? Okay lang ba na tapusin natin to before lunch para hindi na natin siya babalikan? Sa risk, may I call Ma'am Myra that the leader takes risk while managers minimizes risk. Are you still with us, Ma'am Myra?
Hello po.
Yes.
When it comes to risk, ano ba? Yung si leader, parang tinitake niya talaga yung risk. Parang ang degree of pagka risk taker niya is yung nasa leader. Kasi kapag si manager, dapat na-minimize niya ang risk kasi naka-entail po yung cost, di ba? May mga risk na naka-entail sa cost. So, cost related. So, pag i-translate natin sa operation, dapat ma-minimize ang risk para less yung cost na involved. Kasi, di ba, sa operation po si manager.
So,
yun lang po.
minimize niya yung cost. Okay. Tapos si leader, tinitake niya yung risk kasi nga, he is, or she is more of achieving the goal, whatever it takes, no? Kung ano man risk yan, he or she needs to overcome it. Okay. Perhaps, si leader, hindi niya naman siguro ipuput into risk si company, but perhaps more of a personal risk. Alright? How about rules? Si Ma'am Al, hindi na ba busy si Ma'am Al? When we say leaders break rules while managers make rules. Why do we think so? Actually, itong exercise na to, na-exercise yung cognitive reasoning natin, no? So as leaders, important yan kasi it involves yung mga analysis, no? And we use it when we do judgment or decision making. Wala si Ma'am Al. How about Sir Ibrahim? Nandiyan ka na ba? Nawala na yata si Sir Ibrahim. Parang wala na rin siya dito sa gallery. What happened? Okay, how about Sir Welly?
Hello, good noon. Yes.
Si Sir Welly? Sino ang nagsasalita?
Sir, kanang kadapit.
Sir Welly?
Yes, ma'am. Hello,
Pwede
ma'am.
ka mosulod sa may eskwelahan.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, Sir Welly, how about rules? Leaders break rules while managers make rules. Bakit natin sinasabi?
Okay po. Managers kasi sila po yung nag-implement ng rules. Sila yung gumagawa ng rules ng isang organizations, and then sometimes si leader sila yung the implementer o di kaya minsan sila yung nagbi-breaks ng rules.
Bakit kaya nila binibreak? Gusto lang nilang mapunta sa HR at ma-reprimand sila or mapagalitan? Why do you think binibreak nila ang rules?
Minsan may self-interest.
Ganun pala yung leader na gusto natin. May self-interest.
Yung iba, ma'am, meron yan.
On a brighter note, why do you think? Perhaps the leaders break the rules because they want to check, no? Kumbaga sa wall, merong i-check mo, or sa, let's say sa car, no? Tinetest yung mga cars bago yan ilabas kung gaano ka tibay, di ba? So, yung mga leaders, sometimes they break the rules para tingnan nila gaano ka tibay yung na-set, no, na guide, no, prescribed guide for conduct or actions. So, minsan they would break it just to check, pag brinake ba to, ano yung next na mangyayari? Gagawin ba ninyo yung tamang process or what? So sometimes it is intentional that they break it para to enhance yung process perhaps, or to enhance also yung mga sets of rules and regulations. Baka merong mga loopholes na hindi nakita. So pagka brinake nila, mas mapabuti pa, no, at makita nila yung mga loopholes, no? That's the reason why sometimes leaders break the rules, no? Because they think outside the box, no? Para mas because sometimes leaders are perceived to be creative, no, in such a way that they think outside the box, hindi lang kung ano yung mga naset na rules and regulations. How about conflict? Managers avoids conflict while leaders uses conflict. For what? What do you think? Ma'am Connie, saan kaya ginagamit ng mga leaders yung conflict? Baka may example ka dyan na nagkaroon ng conflict sa company ninyo and then nagamit siya in a brighter side of things or in a brighter note. Ma'am Connie. Wala si Ma'am Connie. Okay, so since magla-lunch time na, para mabilis tayo, I'll be discussing this until the last part para mabilis tayo. And again, I appreciate those people who are participating, but because this is an online training, no, I am not supposed to be talking only kasi nga leaders should know how to communicate, no, and leaders know how to analyze, no, and all that. So, I hope after lunch, mas active yung iba. No? Kain kayo ng mabuti to have energy. But just to continue with this, we say that leaders uses conflict because they think this is an opportunity for the company to grow, no? Or for the employee to grow with them. Kasi minsan, meron talagang mga department heads or meron, for example, no, mga departments na hindi magkaintindihan. For example, si accounting versus si operations, because operations or perhaps R&D wants to have more budget for the projects or something. Tapos itong si accounting or si finance, kinokontrol yung money, no, dahil nga gusto nila less ang cost. So sometimes this conflict, ang mga leaders, they use this as an opportunity to meet halfway or to develop something that is more profitable or more effective or efficient for the resources of the company. While managers, sabi nga, he or she avoids conflict kasi kumbaga meron lang siyang sets of goals or sets of objectives na gustong gawin. So itong conflict na to, sometimes this will hamper or mas madidelay pa yung paggawa ng results na dapat na magawa. So, ina-avoid niya, no? If you are thinking like a manager. And then for direction, when we say direction, guidance or supervision of action or conduct, the leaders make the direction of the leader is to the new road, while the manager's direction is to the existing roads, because usually existing roads are already proven, no? Or proven to be effective, or proven na ito na yung magiging result. While the new roads, sometimes the leaders cut a path. Kaya sabi nga, yung mga explorers, no, is a form of leader, kasi kahit na hindi sila aware sa dadat na nila doon or yung dadaanan nila, they take the risk, no? Kaya nga risk taker sila, because they have set a vision, no, na perhaps they need a new road for that. An example of that, si Amazon. Pinapanood ko last time sa YouTube yung story ng Amazon, which is one of the largest company in the US, na sabi nila, hindi kami pwedeng gaya-gaya. Kailangan kami ang proponent for the innovation. No? Kasi kung gagaya kami sa competition, hindi kami magiging number one. That's why we are always 2 years ahead of our competition. Maiisip pa lang nila after 2 years, kami naisip na namin, because we take the new road, no? Or another path na wala pang dumaan. No? So yun yung mga thinking ng mga leaders. While for truth, leaders seek truth while managers establishes truth. This is true, for example, for HR. Pagka, for example, merong nangyari na mga incidents ba na hindi maganda sa company, si manager, i-establish lang niya, no, yung truth, in a meaning na ito yung nangyari, then ito yung nangyari, kaya ganito yung nangyari. Okay? Para lang merong process, no, yung ending. But if you are a leader, you will go deeper. No, for example, absenteeism or tardiness. Si employee laging absent or laging late. So, ito si manager, pagka siya ang mag-process nito, ipaprocess lang, notice to explain, no? Show cause and all that until, okay, ano na ba? Suspension ka na ba? Dismissal ka na ba? Depende kung gaano mo nakatagal to ginagawa. But if you are a leader, you will make sure that you will sit with that person na laging absent and laging late, and you would go deeper, no? Perhaps yung pinagdadaanan niya, sasabihin niya personal matter kasi I have to attend to my child, or meron akong kailangan gawin, kaya lagi ako nalilate, or traffic, or whatever. Pero baka meron pang deeper na reason, perhaps hindi siya excited to go to work kasi meron siya laging ayaw nakasama sa team na hindi niya sinasabi, kasi kapag sinabi niya, baka mamaya boss niya pala or immediate supervisor at malaman niya, kaya lalo siyang mapahamak. Pero if you are a leader, you can go deeper, no, to the truth, while absent siya lagi and late siya palagi. So sometimes merong gift yung mga leaders, no, na innate, because leaders must be empathic, no, may compassion. So that's an example of that. While concern of the leader is what is right, manager is being right. That's why si manager very OC, no, obsessive compulsive, and it comes to processes and procedures and standard of everything in the organization, because he or she wants to be right. While the leader concern is what is right, no? Sometimes even if meron na siyang masasagasaan or merong malulungkot sa gagawin niyang decision, but at the end of the day, did I do the right thing? Did I feel guilty by doing the right thing? Kasi if you did not do the right thing, meron kang inner guidance na would say na, gusto mo lang i-prove ba sa mga kasama mo na tama ka? Or ginawa mo yan dahil yan ang tama talaga? We have that inner guidance. That's the concern of the leader, no? Doing what is right and not always being right. Kasi sometimes doing what is right is sometimes it doesn't reflect na tama ka eh. No? sabi sa inyo kanina na yung immediate supervisor or boss ninyo usually would tell a story from the beginning of his or her career, no? Kasi for all you know, it's either kino-coach niya na kayo or mini-mentor niya na kayo. Unconsciously, no, na hindi niyo na mamalayan na may mentor na pala kayo or nako-coach kayo. So this is part of the skills to be an effective leader. Another part of it is, so kung may knowledge, may skill, what else?
Attitude.
Attitude. What else? Attributes, no? Mga personalities natin. Pero what else? Ito naman, itong last na to, we will have an exercise regarding this. So it's better that you also take notes out of this next topic. So if we have the knowledge, we have the skill, the next one is we should have leadership competencies. In Tagalog, what is the Tagalog of competencies? So meron tayong kaalaman, kasanayan, and competency is kakayanan. Okay, kakayanan. This is the ability to do something successfully, no, or efficiently. The first one is focus drive. So this competency is about focusing on a goal and harnessing your energy in order to meet the goal. No? This is the balance of focus and drive. So sa focus, this is the ability to identify an important goal or vision and to channel efforts at specific targets that support that goal or vision. So, kaya very important na may vision yung company. Ano ba yung vision? Kasi kung walang vision, hindi nyo alam kung saan kayo lahat pupunta. Okay? And for the drive side, this is the ability to persevere, no, to sacrifice when necessary, no, kaya nga kailangan ng leader passionate, and expend high degrees of energy to reach high levels of performance. So this is the first competency, to have focus drive. The next one is emotional intelligence. Based on Harvard research studies, when I was taking up my MBA, it was said that if you will promote someone, mas important ang EQ, no, emotional intelligence, than the IQ, no, yung how intelligent that person or gaano siya katalino. Okay? Kasi nga important ang emotional intelligence sa leadership role. The competency of understanding and mastering your emotions and those of others in a way that instills confidence. So this is a balance.
Talaga sa daan may itlog, te.
Pakimute lang. Ano? Sino po yung nagsalita? Okay. So this one is the balance of perception, okay, and emotional maturity. Okay? Perception and emotional maturity. When we say perception, this is the ability to read the emotions and thoughts of others through the use of insights and analytical skills. Hindi ka naman kailangan maging manghuhula or si Madam Auring, no, to have this competency. Pero through the years or through the experience na nakikipaghalubilo ka sa mga kasama mo or nakakausap mo sila, yung perception mo kasi or yung pagbasa mo sa emotions nila or sa pag-iisip nila, mas nagiging close to accurate or nagiging mas analytical ka through frequent communication with your team members. Okay? For the emotional maturity naman, this is the ability to master emotions and cope with stress in a way that instills confidence, motivates, and enhances group effectiveness. So, meaning yan, kapag ba nai-stress ka, sumisigaw ka, nagagalit ka, nagdadabog ka, nagbabasag ka ba ng mga kung ano-ano, nagbabato ka ba ng mga gamit. So, this shows emotional maturity if you can cope with stress. No? So yung emotions mo hindi nag-spike up or you don't feel anxiety kapag nagkakaroon ka ng stressful environment or situations kasi nakokontrol mo yung emotions mo. So that is emotional maturity. The third one for competency as a leader is trusted influence. No? This is the competency of evoking trust from others and placing trust in others to enable them to succeed. So this is a balance of commitment and empowerment. So pagka trusted influence, hindi lang ikaw yung tinatrust nila kasi ikaw yung leader, but you also give trust to them. Kaya nga sabi nila, di ba, give them the benefit of the doubt until proven guilty. So that's trusted influence. It is a balance of commitment and empowerment. For commitment, this is the ability to evoke trust from others by keeping commitments, adhering to high ethical standards and principles, and building shared values and goals. No? So that is commitment. Empowerment, on the other hand, is the ability to help others reach higher levels of performance through trust, delegation, participation, and coaching. So ini-empower mo sila. Dahil tinatrust mo sila, na-empower sila to grow, no, to develop. Kasi feeling nila, ay, pinagkatiwalaan ako ni ma'am o ni sir, kaya gagawin ko yung best ko or yung nakakaya ko. Best effort. Okay. The next one for competency as an effective leader is conceptual thinking. This is the competency of conceiving and selecting innovative strategies and ideas for your organization. So this is a balance of innovation and big picture thinking. Okay? So sa innovation, this is the ability to create and enhance ideas, products and services that lead to bottom line success. So usually yung mga nasa R&D, no, yung sa innovation, research and development. Pero kahit na wala ka sa research and development, kung nasa leadership role ka and you are very committed to your company, so alam mo na yung mga products and services na ginagawa ninyo sa company ninyo, well, as a leader, you should have this innovative skills, no, na pwede ka mag-suggest, no, na besides the mga existing products and services natin, why not magdagdag tayo ng ganito? Kasi napansin ko through the customer service or yung mga survey na ginagawa natin and through the interview with our clients or my coworkers or my followers or team members, ito ang magandang i-add. Something like that. On the other hand, yung big picture thinking, this is the ability to see all of the forces, events, entities, and people involved in the situation at hand. So hindi lang ikaw yung pinakikilaman mo, but of course your team, no, your unit, your department, and then as a whole, no, the bigger picture. So again, conceptual thinking is the balance of innovation and big picture thinking. And last but not the least, competency is systems thinking. This is the competency to see all the, this is a competency of connecting processes, events, and structures. No? Kino-connect mo lahat, no, ng, within the organization. This is the balance of process orientation and mental discipline. When we say process orientation, this is the ability to increase overall learning and performance by designing, implementing, and or connecting processes. No, kaya process orientation. Mental discipline, on the other hand, is the ability to sort through ambiguity, no, and alternatives in a way that crystallizes and puts ideas into action. So, syempre marami, as a leader, minsan, dahil nga innovative ka, no, may gusto kang mga i-change, so sa isip mo, ito yung mga dapat gawin. No? So, yung lahat ng naiisip mo na yon, lahat ng ideas na yon, alternatives, at saka yung mga hindi madaling i-put into communication sa downline or sa mga followers mo. If you have this mental discipline, you put those ideas into action. No, hindi lang puro idea. Kailangan meron ka ring disiplina na gawin mo rin talaga yung naiisip mo na makakabuti sa company. Okay? Questions about knowledge, skills, and competencies before we proceed? Meron po bang questions? We're good to go. Okay, let me find the file. I will share it with you. Okay. Okay. So may ilagay ako sa chat box. It's a file. It says worksheet assessment. So let's learn more about ourselves. We will be discussing the leadership assessment instrument. Naglo-load pa siya, no? And then pagka na-load na, ayan, I think na-send na. It's a leadership assessment instrument. This is one validated model of leadership competencies is incorporated in the Linkage Leadership Assessment Instrument, or LAI. This I borrowed on research completed by Linkage Incorporated in conjunction with Warren Bennis. The LIA focuses on the 5 competencies essential to effective leadership, as well as 8 additional critical areas of leadership knowledge and skills. This self-assessment is the core of self-development, wherein you can benchmark or perhaps can be your starting point or maybe an opportunity to determine where you stand and where to go. Okay, kindly download the file. Okay, and then after downloading the file, you will answer it. So how does it work? Step 1, you have to read each of the 20 items and rate yourself according to the scale below. So our scale would be 1 if it's almost never demonstrate behavior, 2 if occasionally, 3 sometimes, 4 frequently, and 5 almost always demonstrate behavior. So download the file, and then maybe you can write your answer on a sheet of paper or to your computer. But the next step would be you will score it, no? So on the scoring sheet provided after the assessment, enter your answer for each question, then add your ratings across each row to produce an overall score for each A to E. The reference page on interpretation will help you understand what your score means. So John found that his gut instincts were correct but incomplete. Trusted influence did indeed play a key role in his leadership, and John knew that he could continue to build on the mutual exchange of trust as he led his employees to greater heights. On the other hand, he now realized that his free-willing seat-of-the-pants style, seat-of-the-pants style, so based on or using intuition and experience rather than a plan or method, no, reflected in his relatively low systems thinking score, might explain why his employees and colleagues so often seem frustrated and why he spent so much time reinventing the wheel. John resolved to put his unsystematic ways behind him and find a place for process and discipline in his development as a leader. No? So this LAI is just a quick snapshot of your leadership competencies and may still differ from time to time. So right now, ngayong ginawa niyo siya, you have seen your highest and lowest, no, competency. That's why kailangan yung lowest ninyo, perhaps you have to make it, you have to improve on that, while the highest, that only means na ito yung strength ninyo, no? So just to give you the key points, leadership can be hard to define and it means different things to different people. And in the transformational leadership models, leaders set direction and help themselves and others to do the right thing to move forward. To do this, they create an inspiring vision and then motivate and inspire others to reach that vision. They also manage delivery of the vision either directly or indirectly and build and coach their teams to make them ever stronger. Okay? So, iba-iba ang meaning natin, no, sa leadership. Pero ngayon, we're moving forward to the cycles of leadership. ngayon na may idea na kayo ng strengths and weaknesses nyo in terms of competency, now let's talk about the cycle of leadership. But before that, the last sentence maging ako. So, kumbaga, kung ano yung ginawa mo before until mapunta ka sa career mo ngayon, i-mentor mo siya kasi alam mo na yung daan. Okay? Meron ng path na nasusundan siya parang maging ikaw. No? Yun yung mentor. Pero si coach, i-guide lang niya yung coaching niya kung saang direction niya gustong mapunta as a leader. No? That's the difference between coach versus mentor. Okay? Self-monitoring also and reflection. Sabi ko nga, itong notebook ko na ito, since 2016, no, ginagamit ko for reflection and other things na nandyan lang lahat. So, pwedeng balikan or whenever I journal, I put it there also. Okay? Another for understanding is receiving feedback from others. So you have to answer these questions, no? How close is your own internal view of yourself to the way that others see you? Kasi, have you seen sa Facebook or sa internet, yung image na kitten siya, and then there's a big mirror, and then dun sa loob ng mirror is a lion. So, it's a metaphor of saying na ang tingin niya sa sarili niya is a lion. But in reality, siya ay isang kitten lang. No? So, ito, yung question na una, sabi, how close is your own internal view of yourself to the way that others see you? Baka yung iba, tingin sa'yo, kitten, tingin mo sa sarili mo, lion, or vice versa. Okay? So, it's very important to receive feedback from others so that you will be self-aware. Okay? But, of course, yung result na gusto natin doon sa self-awareness na yun is to be more confident about ourselves, not to feel to be belittled, no? Kailangan mas maging confident ka na, okay, kahit na tingin mo sa akin, tingin ko sa sarili ko, lion, so ano ba ang advantage nun? So you have to weigh that also. What's the advantage and what's the disadvantage? And then what is likely the cause of any divergence or pagkakaiba ng views nyo? You have to figure that out. And you have to understand how outward displays of your personality, attitudes, and behavior influence others' perception of you. And how does your personality, attitudes, and behavior impact others? Example, in terms of their motivation, emotions, and behavior in the workplace. And also, how would you rate your level of self-awareness? Where are your blind spots? Okay. In all cases where you are being assessed or receiving feedback from others, try to assess yourself on the same basis at the same time. Okay. Kailangan ano yun? It goes hand in hand. Sometimes also, the cause of divergence or yung pagkakaiba ng feedback ng ibang tao sa tingin mo sa sarili mo is actually pride and ego, no? Yung pride natin or ego natin na pagka nasabihan tayo ng negative or hindi maganda, nagiging defensive tayo, no? So sometimes that's the divergence that we encounter. And what else? For outward displays, no? When we say, do you understand how outward displays of your personality, attitudes, and behaviors influence others' perception of you? We are talking about mannerisms, no, or behavior, or facial expressions. Baka meron tayong mga facial expressions na feeling natin okay naman sa atin, pero sa mga iba pala na nakakasalamuhan natin, yung facial expression mo na yun, parang demanding or merong negative connotation. So you have to have a closer look at that, or baka mamaya yung tone of voice natin na very demanding, na minsan kinatatakutan ka, sinusundan ka kasi takot sa'yo instead na sinusundan ka kasi rinirespeto ka, no? Or it's the right thing to do. So you have to check on that also. And What else? When we say impact to others, no, how does your personality and attitudes or behaviors impact others? Yun na nga, kinatatakutan ka ba? Nagiging cause ba yun ng nagiging close-minded sila or nahihiya sila sa'yo? Or does it attribute optimism? No? Dahil sa pinapakita mong personality, attitudes, and behavior, mas gusto nilang maging open sa'yo or nagiging positive sila sa behavior nila towards their work. Okay, moving on. Finally, in order to understand yourself and your willingness to lead others, you should also take a detailed look at what really drives you. Okay, what drives you will influence what you value and enjoy, your attitudes and behaviors in the workplace, and is likely to provide insights into your strengths and talents. So, siguro, sabi ni Sir Louie kanina, ang driver niya hindi money but excitement to go to work. Excitement in exchange of work. So baka yun ang nakikita ng mga kasama niya na kaya naman pagka nagdi-demand yung mga kasama niya ng increase or OT or whatever, kayang-kaya niyang sabihin na ano kayo, ginawa ko rin yung ginagawa nyo ha, at kaya kong gawin yan in such a little time. So, yung hindi kayo pwedeng magreklamo or hindi nyo pwedeng sabihin na pagod kayo kasi kaya kong gawin ng mas mabuti yung ginagawa nyo. So, now, if that's the case, if you are the leader at nakita mo na ang ano pala nila, ang motivation nila, ang driver nila is monetary and hindi talaga naman hindi pa sila nag-shift doon sa excitement in exchange of work. So now as a leader, you have to influence them by first, for example, giving them what they want, what is due to them, but hindi naman para to abuse you. Siguro naman tama naman yung pasweldo. So you let them see na yung pasweldo natin, kita nyo naman, tama naman sa labor law at mas mataas pa nga tayo sa ibang industry or kasing industry natin. So being a role model to them na hindi lang to pera-pera, not only monetary. As you can see, I'm always excited to go to work. Ginagawa ko yung trabaho ko. And now, by understanding that, no, yourself and them, mas mai-influence mo sila. No? Okay. Another one for understanding is the development plan. No? Ito yung next exercise natin. It's the PDP. Ginawa natin yung LAI. Now the PDP. After assessing your development needs, the next step is to set your personal development plan or goals. Document the actions that you need to take in order to achieve them in a personal development plan. Set milestones to track your progress towards your development goals. You can work towards your goals either alone or with your leader, a coach, or a mentor. You might find formal or classroom training that meets your needs, or you might focus on learning from your own experience or trialing new behaviors in such situations to see if you can achieve more effective leadership outcomes. So now I will send again the file. Let me know if you can't see it. I will just flash it on the screen. So for example, your weakness is related to, let's say, emotional intelligence. No? So what should be developed, no, for you to improve your emotional maturity, no, or emotional intelligence? So you write it here. Dito sa example na to, meron siya public speaking. Perhaps yung weakness niya is related to ano ba yung mga ano natin dito? Let's see. Mag-cite ako ng example. Okay, ito. Si Sir Arthur, ang highest niya is emotional intelligence. Ang lowest niya is focus drive. So perhaps since ang lowest niya is focus drive, maybe to be developed is hindi kasi related dito sa PDP na ginawa nitong example. Maybe job position. Okay, your goal is to change, yung number 4. Your goal is to be promoted. Okay, so you want to develop that. So what is your expected goal? So from, for example, supervisor, you want to be an assistant manager. And what action will you make? You will work harder, improve skills, and then you will please the boss better, no? By perhaps doing what is expected of you, of that immediate supervisor or immediate manager. And then your success criteria is promotion to assistant manager from supervisor or team leader. And then application is greater authority and responsibility and better benefits and recognition. And your deadline to do this development plan is March 1, 2021. So from today, mga ano yan, mga 7 months from now, 6 months to 7 months from now. So you should relate your personal development plan to the weakness, no, that was reflected from your LAI.
Yeah, yung sa akin is expect to be developed ko is yung focused drive.
Okay.
And then expected goal ko is to become effective team leader to my support team here in the Philippines. Kasi currently parang internal promotion lang 'yon. From a bookkeeper to ops team leader. Yun nangyari sa akin. So most of the time yung nagiging comment sa akin is overseeing yung mga transactions within my team kasi kami yun sa operations. So my actions that I will make for the next 2 months is I will develop a schedule, parang working spreadsheet from all our tasks, everyday tasks, to check if we are meeting the goals, and then improve my communication skills with my teammates since we are working remotely as of today. Working from home sila, ako lang yung nag-o-office. So more communications to each other. And then hopefully in the next 2 months, I will become effective team leader and hopefully ma-maintain namin yung sales and income ng company for the next 2 months, even though there is a COVID issue sa Australia. And then application for with those actions, hopefully yun nga, ma-meet namin yung mga targets namin and we would have our bonus because sometimes if we exceed dun sa target, we can have incentives.
Okay.
And deadline would be 2 months from today.
Oh, okay. That's good. So,
para sa Christmas din.
Para sa Christmas, nandun na yung bonus. Okay, that's a good goal. At least you have, because of that goal, yung focus mo nandun lang within 2 months. no?
Yeah.
Which is a good personal development plan. So as I understood, you want to develop your focus drive, you want to improve it. That's why you want to be an effective leader. That's your expected goal. And the action plan that you will make is the expedition. So use visual aids and updates to keep everyone aware of the progress you are making toward your vision. Create a vision GPS, no, but don't just give out maps. Travel alongside, stay out in front, offer directions, and point out guideposts. So yan yung pwede rin natin gawin sa ating organization. Another one is, and last but not the least, is back up what you're talking about. Bolster what you're saying with your behavior. If people see one thing and hear another, your credibility is shot and your vision is dead. So kailangan you walk the talk. Kung ito ba ang vision and mission natin, ikaw ba being the leader and being the role model, ginagawa mo ba? If not, parang nagsasayang ka lang ng effort. If your vision, for example, is to specialize program by 2022, ikaw ba being a role model, gumagawa ka ba ng program, no, in behalf of the company? If not, well, questionable ang iyong integrity. Okay? But if you're not part of your organization's senior leadership team, the broad organizational vision probably didn't come from you, no? Kung hindi ka part ng board or ng senior leadership. Part of your job is to understand and communicate the vision in a way that is relevant to you and your group. Be able to answer these key questions, no? So, I think most of you, hindi pa kayo nandun sa board seats or hindi pa kayo nandun sa management, top management positions. But, kailangan kaya nyong sagutin itong mga questions na to. Number one, what exactly is the company's vision? So, very good si Ma'am Connie. Alam niya yung vision ng organization nila. How do I connect to my organization's vision and what is my role in achieving that vision? How do I show my passion and enthusiasm for the vision and the organization? And are there any obstacles in my way to prevent me from communicating this vision? If so, how can I surmount those obstacles? No? Paano mo overcome yung mga obstacles na yun? And be excited and proud to communicate your company's vision. By doing so, you are letting others know what a promising future you and your organization have. And of course, have fun. Okay? But if you're not part of your senior leadership team also, no? This one, you have, I think this is part of that slide. Okay. So we're done with communicating. After Ma'am Connie, si Sir Welly nandyan na ba? O wala pa rin? How about Sir Richard? Sabi niya kanina, nalobat.
Ma'am, okay na. Okay na.
Okay. Sir Richard, I have a question for you. Since we were done with communicating, how do you communicate the vision of your company?
Ma'am, first, banggit ko lang yung vision ng company namin.
Okay.
Ang Caloocan City Government, ang vision niya is Caloocan City Center of Sustainable Economic Growth, people by resilient, peace-loving, and dynamic communities, living in a safe and ecologically balanced environment, served by the government that gives the highest value to the needs of its citizens. So basically, may tagline pa nga ang city government namin is taong una. So service po, usually laging nasa ang centered is yung mga tao, its citizens. So ako po kahit na nasa departamento ako na hindi siya basic pero may possibilities kasi na malipat ako dun sa departamento na nakaharap sa tao. So dapat kahit na hindi ako part ng isang departamento na ang tawag doon frontliner, front service na tinatawag. So, usually kasi yun ang masyadong binibigyan ng emphasis ng namin ng yung mga front services, yung mga humaharap lagi sa tao. Although ako nasa accounting ako, hindi ako nasa front service. So, sinasapuso din namin yung vision na yun kasi minsan may isang pagkakataon na pwede kaming mapunta dun sa position na yon kasi alam mo naman pagdating sa local government meron tinatawag na reassignment, ma-assign ka sa gano'n na mapupunta ka sa isang front service na position. So dapat lagi kaming nakatuon dun sa vision nga ng city na palaging tao ang una. So yun, so ano pa yung question, ma'am?
Yeah. I appreciate na memorize mo ang vision ng inyong organization. So that means nasa puso mo na ang vision ng inyong organization. And it's very well said na kumbaga, tama ang communication sa iyo ng whoever it is on your higher ups, no, na nasa puso mo na itong vision nyo ay ito at kahit saan ka man ilagay, dapat ito pa rin ang vision and mission ninyo. Which is a good thing, no? Dahil na sa puso mo na yung vision and mission ninyo. So, very good for the communication na ginawa, no, within Caloocan City Government.
Paayos mo kay ate.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, sige. Thank you for sharing. Let's move on to teaching. No? After strategizing, pakimute na lang, Sir Richard. Okay. After strategizing, we move on to teaching. No? All leaders can and must be teachers. Hindi pwedeng mag-end sa'yo. Na hindi pwedeng ikaw lang ang nakakaalam. You have to teach what you know. Employee development has become an increasingly critical part of a leader's job description, no? Where and how leaders teach. You can collaborate on development plans for individual employees. So yung pinagawa ko sa inyong PDP, dapat hindi lang kayo ang marunong gumawa nun, but in the future that you have your followers or your team members, they should know how to do that also by collaborating with them. It matters because a good plan helps employees accomplish career and organizational goals, no? And how you go about it, you make sure you fully understand an employee's skills, interests, and values, and opportunities available for growth, okay? Next one for teaching is you have to define or monitor action learning projects. No? Why it matters? Because action learning projects provide development opportunities and solve real problems for the organizations. How to go about it? Make sure that any project tackles a real beneficial organizational problem that can be addressed in the short term with clear objectives and outcomes. Help the team through active listening versus taking over. Help identify milestones and be a champion for the team's result. Ang ibig lang din sabihin nito, huwag mainit ang ulo kung hindi alam ng subordinate ang gagawin. Okay? So kailangan, being the leader that you are, we have to teach them. No, you give the team the vision and you help them, no, navigate through it. And then you have to play an active role in the organization's leadership development programs. It matters because employee development is vital to your organization's success. Leaders need to set the organizational context and demonstrate its value. How do you go about it? Participate. No, help define programs, contribute content, talk positively about the program to staff, take part in a launch, post to online forums, and teach a class. So for example, gusto nyong i-hone yung group ninyo with their leadership skills or whatever it is na kailangan nyo i-develop sa mga kasama ninyo, you participate. No? Katulad nga nitong sa DepEd, no, vocation, ay sa TESDA, na they are trying to do specialized programs, then of course, if you are one of the leaders, you have to participate, no, and be proactive about it, and not the type of yung alam ko hindi Kapampangan most of you, pero meron sa Kapampangan yung nanumoyta, no? Yung parang nanumoyta, meron na namang mga changes, ano na naman yan? Bakit kailangan ko bang sumali? Ano na naman tong changes na to? Mapapagod lang tayo, iniiba na naman. So, if you are part of the complainer, then you are not a true leader. You have to be the catalyst of change, sabi ko nga, no? So, you have to be part of the development. And then, you should encourage employees to embrace development opportunities. So sabi nga natin, resistance to change. Okay, resistance to change, tawag ba doon? Yeah, that's correct, Richard. So, for example, there are changes, no, merong mga tao talaga, they resist change kasi nawawala sila sa kanilang comfort zone, which is not a good thing for leaders kasi leaders are adaptable and flexible. Okay, for this one, you encourage employees to embrace development opportunities. Sabi nga natin, you walk the talk, right? It matters because your organization's people are your only sustainable advantage. So, development matters. Kasi kung hindi nag-develop ang mga tao, then even the services and the products will not develop also. So, it starts with the people. How to go about it? You treat development as an ongoing process and dialogue. Leaders should model the importance and talk about their own development experiences. So, for you as a budding leader, or perhaps you are a leader already in your team, you should be a role model for this, no? You should walk the talk, okay? You should give them experiences, tell them stories about your experiences na before, ayaw kong umalis sa comfort zone ko, ayaw kong mag-change, pero look at me now. Naging adaptable ako at naging flexible and nagkaroon ng positive change, not only for myself, but also with the contribution I make to the organization. Okay, tama si Ma'am Mish, she said, as of now, change is the new normal. Of course, we have to be fast also in changing because ang bilis, no, ng mga pangyayari. This one, you should also serve as a mentor, no? Kanina nasabi ko, difference of mentor and coach. You can be a mentor, pero before you can be a mentor, ang tanong is, gusto ka bang tularan, no, ng mga kasama mo sa team mo? O baka naman ikaw yung tipong ayaw tularan ng mga kasama mo. But it matters to be a mentor because mentoring develops young talent to think about how to advance their careers, increases engagement, and drives retention. So sa inyo na more than 10 years na sa company ninyo, siguro yung mga bago, they look up to you and they think na, paano kaya mapunta sa position ngayon ni ma'am o ni sir? Then perhaps if they want your position, hindi naman para palitan ka, no, in the future, but for them to be developed as an individual or as part of the organization, then be a mentor to them. Train them in such a way na, dati, ganito ako. So from this point to this point, ito ang ginawa ko. Okay, so how to go about it? You make sure you have a strategy that's geared to today's young professionals, lalo na ngayon yung mga millennials and even the next generations. They are fast-paced, they are impatient, you have to move fast, you have to learn fast, and they should have a purpose in life and at work, no, na align sa buhay nila din, not only just for work in itself. And usually it's less formal, more personalized, so you have to customize your strategy. And remember, not just superstars need mentoring, no? So dapat meron kayong mga kasama na gustong sumunod sa yapak mo because that is also a compliment for you. And also, besides being a mentor, you should also act as a coach. Why it matters? Because Coaching offers daily opportunities for leaders to help employees they work with directly learn in the moment how to approach challenges and acquire new skills and how to go about it. You communicate regularly. Para kayong guidance counselor, no, ng mga team members ninyo. You share observations and ask questions. You encourage reflection and help identify patterns. So dati, mabait ka lang. Ngayon, mas bumait
Mas
ka.
mabait po. Opo. Parang mas marami po akong natutunan sa kanya. Kaya parang yung flow din ng ginawa niya, hindi ko naman sinabing kinapi ko, pero parang ganun po. Kasi mas matanda siya sa akin. So, ako mas bata sa kanya. So, parang siya yung nagbibigay ng guidance sa akin. Pag may mga mali akong nagawa, dapat ganito, dapat ganyan. Yes po, dapat. Yun, iniisip ko kasi syempre mas matanda siya, mas marami siyang experience. So, nakikinig po ako.
Oh, that's good. So, through the years, na-acquire mo na rin
Yes po,
yung
opo.
kanyang mga values.
So, ngayon, yung mga bago ngayon na kasama ko, sila naman po yung sana ma-duplicate ko para hindi naman pantay-pantay. Para naman po yung ma-share ko kung ano yung knowledge na nabigay ng nakita kong nag-duplicate sa akin. Ma-share ko sa baba po. Kasi alam ko naman po maganda yung binigay niyang pagka-duplicate ko.
Yeah, that's good. At least you don't keep it to yourself, no?
Ay, hindi po. Opo, sinishare ko po.
Alright, thank you, Ma'am Aida. Next one would be Sir Louie, okay? The next one after duplicating is equipping. No? After na-duplicate mo na yung sarili mo sa mga potential leaders, you have to equip them. No? Effective leaders equip others. There are 5 ways. The first one is purposefully invest in formal time in other leaders on your team. Some things are better caught than taught. No? Yung wala kang agenda, recreational or casual lang, no? Spontaneous or planned, pwede rin. The important is the ideas, no? Conversation, problems discussed, laughter, lessons learned, no? This informal time should be purposefully and frequently, no? So, kailangan, yun nga, sabi ko, 2 bats, no? Labas kayo sandali, kwentuhan, something. Kasi, hindi naman para uminom, no? Or para magsaya or something. Pero dapat with a purpose. Pag lumabas kayo with a purpose na you're connecting with that potential leader, no? Kasi nga, dinuduplicate mo yung sarili mo sa kanya. And at the same time, you are equipping that person that way kasi yung relationship nyo mas nagiging matatag, no? Mas nagkakaroon kayo ng trust with each other. The second one is encourage the personal growth of their team, no? Of your team. So kailangan merong time away, no? Yung sabbatical, conference time, no? Or perhaps yung formal educational pursuits. Meron akong mga classmates sa MBA before na pinag-aaral sila ng company, no? Yung MBA course nila is paid by the company because for personal growth, no? And also you can allow them to visit other effective comparable organizations, even at the cost financially or the expense and time of the business. No, kaya nga tinanong ko sa inyo kanina, sinong nagbayad ng training ninyo? Because the principle here is sowing and reaping. No? Na, yun, katulad yung example nyo kanina, if may pa-free lunch kayo and all that, or perhaps meron last time na ang nagbayad dun sa team nila is the organization or the company. So even if hindi sila pumapasok dahil pandemic, binibigyan pa sila ng chance to learn, no, with the expense of the company. So yung investment na yon, technically it's a way to equip, no, your team members. Next one is to bring others to say what they have been saying. This means do not fear the exposures, no, or criticisms from other teams. Kasi sometimes kung departmentalized kayo, no, na company, meron mga ano dyan sometimes yung ibang departments not in good terms with another department. So yung mga criticisms from other departments or other teams nandyan, no? But you have to embrace it and leverage it to equip your team, no, to be better, na hindi kayo magsiraan. Kailangan being the effective leader that you are, kung ano man yung sinasabi ng ibang departments or ibang team members or team within the organization, you make sure na yung emotional maturity ninyo being their leader, no? Dahil ini-equip mo sila na, huwag niyong patulan yan. Huwag niyong choose your battle. Being your leader right now, kailangan ganito ang gagawin natin. Para in the future na sila ang mag-lead sa team ninyo, alam nila na they are grounded and they are stable as a team. No? Kasi sila yung leader with your mentorship or with your coaching. Another one is incorporate training into their structured gatherings. An example of this is weekly staff meeting, monthly or perhaps regular, no, in occurrences. So you have to take advantage of having the key leaders to train them in every opportunity that they can. Okay, and last one is plan leadership training opportunities for your team. An example is just like this, online training, no? Or perhaps kung okay na, face-to-face seminar or training. Sometimes this is neglected by companies because they feel like this is an expense instead of an investment, no? But realize that leaders build the organization, so you have to be purposeful in growing your leaders. All right, so that is for equipping. Let us hear from Sir Louie if you have any sharing related to equipping. Na-equip ka na ba ng iyong immediate supervisor or manager? Sir Louie, are you there? I can't see. Oh, I think you're here. Do you have any experience about equipping or example? Sir Louie.
Sir, sorry po, kakabalik lang. Louie, halika. Nawala po kami for some time.
Oh, pero narinig niyo yung equipping or hindi?
Wala, ma'am. No system to tayo.
Kasi na-lag out po.
Lag out, ma'am.
So walang narinig. Hindi narinig.
Nasa na lang, ma'am.
Explain mo na lang po daw ulit.
Hindi, sa next time ka na lang, move on na lang tayo kay Ma'am Mitch. Para we don't repeat it for time, kasi time constraint. Ma'am Mitch na lang muna. Next ka na lang, Sir Louie, ha?
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yes.
Okay po. Mag-share ba ako ng experience, ma'am, about equipping?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, sa equipping, ma'am, I think kasi sa mga tao ko, na-equip ko sila, na-duplicate ko sila, at the same time, na-equip ko sila. Dalawa kasi yung staff ko sa office. So right now, wala ako sa office, work from home, pero maraming trabaho, may mga ginagawa doon. So binibilin ko sa kanila ngayon kung ano yung gagawin nila. Dahil trained naman na po sila, kasi lagi ko silang, nagkakaroon kami ng conference. So na-acquire na nila kung ano yung mga ginagawa ko. Kahit messenger lang, chat lang, nagagawa nila yung trabaho nila. So yun po yung regarding sa equipping. Ganun, ma'am.
Okay. So even online, kasi nga, no, ito na yung new normal natin. So at least na-equip mo pa rin sila. That's good. Okay, thank you for sharing that, Ma'am Mitch. Sir Louie, ikaw na yung next for encouraging, okay? After equipping, you have to encourage your people to lead. Okay? Leadership is about more than the person at the top. No? Sabi nga, here's how to get all of your employees to take on leadership roles. First is to promote teamwork across borders, no? This is like cross-functional teams, no? Different departments. So when you see your people lead, reward them, no? Encourage them. Kaya nga, encouraging is a form of a reward. Another one is be generous with information, no? When we say this, it's information about the business. Kaya nga sabi ko kanina dun sa duplicating, no? Tinuturo mo, no, wholeheartedly yung kung paano ba, no, yung pag-lead or how to hone your attitude, no, and all that. Kasi you don't want to withhold something if you are trying to make a leader out of your team members. No? Another is the information about the business, customers, and markets. Kasi lalo na kung ang tinatrain mo is a manager, no, or higher than perhaps sa board, no, if you are part of it, don't withhold information kasi those information is needed to make good decisions. No? Pero dun sa positions na paakyat pa lang, no, yung mga informations na yan, syempre i-withhold muna sa inyo because part of data privacy, no, and confidentiality. Pero pag nandun ka na sa position na mas mataas, don't withhold those information. Pero pagka nandun pa kayo sa part na hindi pa kailangan yung mga information na yon, perhaps yung mga information na pwedeng i-share sa inyo, no, kailangan i-share nyo rin doon sa mga tinatry nyong i-encourage na mag-lead. Okay? Let your people make decisions. So, don't just talk about employee empowerment. O, ini-empower kita, no? Tapos hindi mo naman pinapabayaan na mag-make ng decisions. So, once in a while, lalo na yung mga less risky na decision making, you give them authority, no? Doon sa mga higher ups or sa mga managers, perhaps even the hiring and firing, no, they empower the managers to do that, work schedules, no, and what product to design. Okay, pero it depends, no, with anong position ba yung pinag-uusapan natin, but the gist is to empower them, no, to let them make decisions also. Be passionate about your mission, no? Sabi nga nila, ambitious responsibility is equals to passion. So you have to step up to challenges. So always relate to the mission and culture of your company, no? When you encourage your people. And last but not the least is you create clear roles. No? You have to spell out their jobs and your expectations. Pero nga may caveat lagi doon sa job description sa baba. And whatever the immediate supervisors tells you or something like that. Or hindi lang siya dekahon, no? Laging merong depende, kailangan maging adaptable ka rin sa change. So laging merong ano pa yung added, no, job description. So kahit na may ina-add ka once in a while, you just have to be clear, no? You have to communicate that para at least alam mo kung ano yung ine-expect mo sa kanya na result, and at the same time alam din niya, no, yung pinuhon mo na leader, ano yung ine-expect din niya sa'yo. Okay? Or ano yung ine-expect mo sa kanya na gawin niya. Okay? For encouraging, I would want to share this quote. The most effective businesses today encourage every employee to take on leadership roles. Not only will this take some burden off of your shoulders, but your employees will be happier, more engaged in your business, and more effective. So ako, naniniwala ako dito na ako personally, ayaw ko na yung mga kasama ko is yes ma'am or yes man, no? Yung mga yes man, yung yes ma'am, yes sir, puro na lang yes, kung ano sabihin mo, yes, yes, yo, no? But I want them to also to be a leader in the future. Kaya gusto ko, pagka merong mga decision making, hindi ko lang sasabihin na, oh, ito yung pinag-decisionan. I would give them the reasoning behind, or sometimes yung thought process ng how we came up about that resolution or that result, para in the future na sila na lang ang nag-iisip ng solution or ng decision, alam nila kung paano yung thought process, no? Paano nila iisipin yung kunyari, this time, mataas ang sales, no? Siguro ngayon, we can give bonus or we can give commissions, pero during the times na lean season at hindi tayo profitable, perhaps alisin muna natin yung ganong rewards, no? And not only related to money, no? We can always give praises, recognition, and rewards, and even simple thank yous. Kasi minsan yung being grateful natin, yung simple thank you lang, hindi pa natin masabi being leaders. So remember to always say thank you. No? Lalo na, don't feel entitled, no? na ginagawa nila yung trabaho nila kasi binabayaran naman sila. But really, it's a win-win situation when you say thank you. It's like a reward for them. At the same time, it's also a reward for you since you know to yourself na you are being a grateful person, no, by doing that. And by noticing their contribution. Okay, so that is for inspiring. Ma'am Myra, would you like to share related to inspiring? Or, yes, Ma'am Myra.
Inspiring. Malaki po yung yung influence ng mga past bosses ko. Na-inspire po akong sa kanila. Kaya nga po, nung ako na po yung nasa sa posisyon na nila ngayon, so ginagawa ko na rin po yung yung inspiration na binigay nila sa akin. So, nagkakandak po ako ng mga one-on-one consultation sa mga probable mga unit head. Tinitingnan ko po yung mga feedback din ng mga sa mga staff nila. So siguro po makapag-build na rin po kami ng mga next generation leaders after sa akin at saka yung mga sumusunod po sa akin.
Okay. So maybe yung sharing mo is more of ine-explain mo sa kanila yung bigger picture kasi napagdaanan mo din yung inspiration na ginawa sa iyo no yung mga bosses. Tama ba?
Yes po.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Myra. And last but not the least is after you inspire them, you reward them. Employees who are rewarded, recognized, and thanked for his service provide the best customer care. Pay attention to people using common courtesy. No, this is not monetary. This is not reward is not only monetary. No, an effective leader needs to demonstrate these practices like sabi nga common courtesy. You say good morning, kamusta, no? Because this is relationship building tool, no? Hindi naman yung dahil ikaw yung boss hindi ka na maabot, no? Or hindi ka na makausap. Listen to what your coworkers, peers, and staff members have to say. So full attention listening, make them feel special without distraction. Use powerful positive language in your interaction with others by saying, please, thank you, you're doing a good job, powerful positive recognition. Sabi nga nila, no, you treat the janitor as you treat the CEO. Kasi even if you are in the leadership position, it's still nice to say please and thank you because you'll never know, no? Even the janitors is meron tayong kwento with a Filipino multi-billionaire right now na he started being a janitor. So what else can happen, no? Na baka mamaya hindi ka na humble kung nandun ka sa leadership position, ngayon pala mas na-overcome niya pa yung position mo in the future. So ano man lang yung dahil ikaw yung nasa leadership position, be humble still, no? And say please, thank you, no? Or any positive recognition to your team members. put praise in writing. So hindi lang verbally. You can put it in notes like through emails or through maybe comments dahil nga online na tayo ngayon, no, sa mga social medias, or perhaps sticky notes, no, kung pumapasok na sila sa office, maglagay ka sticky notes na anything that praises them, or thank you notes, no, because this is also impactful and powerful. Okay, keep your commitments to staff, no? Sabi nga natin, promises are meant to be broken, pero dito sa rewarding, not all promises are meant to be broken. So you keep your commitments. And if you can't keep it, explain also, even if mas mababa ang position nila sa'yo. For example, na-late ka, tell them, oh, na-late ako kasi ganito, sorry. Or perhaps merong deadline na hindi mo na-meet, you tell them why you can't keep it, no, so they understand. And give staff public credit for contribution. No, sabi nga natin, we don't blame, no, we don't take the credit, but we share the credit. So you also give them the credit. And since it's a form of reward, you do it publicly. All right, let me end this rewarding with a quote. Believe people are important. Act as if you believe people are important. People will feel important. Important people will serve the customers in stunning ways. Important people will think of you as a great leader. So that is for rewarding. Perhaps any volunteers, since this is the last cycle of leadership before I give you the file for coaching. Anyone volunteer to give an example or sharing about rewarding? Sige na, para tapos na tayo. It's 4:01. Baka gusto ulit ni Sir Arthur. Do you want to share?
Pasensya na, madam. Meron akong call.
Ay, hindi mo siya narinig. Okay. Sinong gusto mag-volunteer? Habang naghahanap tayo ng volunteer, I will share the file here sa chat box. Okay, anyone? For rewarding, mari-reward kayo ni Lord.
Alam ko na. Parang na-experience ko na to sa client ko.
Sige, go.
Kasi nung nag-start ako sa client ko, I started as a bookkeeper of the company. So, dun sa mga previous performance ko, kapag merong mga clients na okay dun sa mga financing transactions namin, smooth yung transition nila from one company to our company. Parang every parang morning meeting, kasi meron kaming parang morning meeting, he always give parang kinikredit niya kung ano yung ginawa ko dun sa client para mag-work out siya dun sa company namin. Until such time na around a month later, yung mismong organization sa Australia, they acknowledge my work as a bookkeeper. They transferred me to the operations department. And then they hire additional 2 more team members. Because dun sa performance ko, parang nagkaroon sila na okay pala yung outsourcing, kahit offshoring yung mga team mo or employee mo, magagawa naman pala nila. So parang nagbigay daan yun para lumaki yung team namin dito sa Philippines.
Oh, that's good. So naka-help ka pa sa employment, no? Dahil sa ginawa mo. That's very good. So that's not only a reward to the company, but also a reward to yourself na you feel important, no? And you feel na meron kang change na magagawa. And with that, perhaps if you will continue with the cycle at gagawa ka ng another sets of leaders before you, then you know how it works.
And hopefully, kaya nga nila parang gusto nilang magkaroon ako ng mga leadership trainings na ganito. Parang gusto nilang palakihin pa yung account namin dito sa Philippines.
So magduduplicate ka ng maraming ikaw, no? Oh, at least you know the basics now. So medyo prepared ka na. Okay, thank you for that sharing, Sir Arthur. So that is the cycle of leadership. Now let's move on to coaching. We will not be thorough about this, but I will give you a file which I have sent already in the chat box. So coaching, sabi ko nga, no, the difference of coaching and mentoring. Coaching is like being a guidance counselor to the potential leader or yung hinuhon mo na maging leader, demonstrating the right coaching mindset, skill set. Managers and leaders have to move from the mindset of a problem solver and allow for the employee to be a part of creating the solution. Okay? So hindi ka lang, dapat nag-create ka ng solution, no? Hindi ikaw yung part ng problem. And then identify it by asking employees for creative answers and starting conversations about an employee's development without prescribing, no? Without prescribing their path or even pretending to have the right answer. And feel like a relinquishing of control, threatening a leader's identity by altering perhaps long-held views of how leaders provide value. Think of coaching as adding a new dimension to your identity as a leader. As a coach, you aren't dispensing answers, you're standing side by side with somebody and giving them room to grow. Okay? When there's a skill set, answer to his problem is within him. No? Hindi dapat manggaling sa inyo. No? Being a coach, kailangan i-guide mo lang siya doon sa magiging answer niya. But you will not give him or her the answer. No? Kaya nga parang guidance counselor. Parang questioning ka lang, tapos siya yung nag-answer sa question until mag-come up siya sa answer niya sa problema niya or sa problema within the company na kinakaharap niya ngayon. And then, in terms of identity, you are not a doctor, no? So do not prescribe. Di ba yung mga doctor, pagka may sakit tayo, pag alam na nila yung diagnostic, ito na yung prescription, ito na yung RX, bilhin mo tong antibiotic na to and all that. Pero sa coaching, you don't give him answers, but you let him grow because of your coaching. Okay? Kaya ang coaching, parang, again, guidance counselor. Demonstrating the right coaching mindset, in terms of time, they want conversations to be quicker or less frequent, not longer or more frequent. Thing is effective in the moment coaching is the short and frequent open communication that empowers the employee. So ang meaning lang nito, ang timing mo dapat as things happen. So pagka merong kinakaharap, for example, absenteeism and tardiness ng colleague mo, or ng team member mo, as it happens right there and then, kailangan magkaroon ng one-on-one coaching para hindi na lumala or magkaroon pa ng damages or perhaps increase the cost of the organization because of these concerns. And then your role, shifting to a coach mindset often needs to take place in the middle of the same conversation in which suggestions or answers are offered based on experience and expertise, mentoring/teaching, or performance-related directives are being given or supervision. Ask your employee if they'd like you to help them think through some options together. This helps you make sure you're providing the support that is needed. And once confirmed, you can intentionally reframe your mindset in order to focus on asking open questions and listening effectively. So ang ibig sabihin lang nito, your role is not to be an intruder, no, of his or her space. Kailangan manggaling din sa kanya na through your one-on-one conversation na she or he wants to be helped, no? Kunyari sa absenteeism and tardiness niya, do you want to overcome that? Okay, do you want me to help you overcome that? Kasi kung hindi niya naman gusto, so why intrude, no? Ba't ka pa mag-e-effort? Pero of course, gusto niyang ayusin yun kasi it's related to her work. But it should come from her. No, hindi ina-impose, hindi parang kailangan mong gawin to, hindi autocrat. No? Kailangan manggaling sa kanya para there's willingness to change. Okay? Your coaching mindset is the place where your intentions lie. What does this mean? So you should have positive intention for the employee and the company, hindi yung may balak. No, hindi